we've got to have.
Give me the fucking formula, crap!
You will need the winged sandals.
I've got them! I told you to get them! I've got them! They jumped the chasm!
Ladies and gentlemen, today we will attempt to jump the chasm.
Jump the chasm!
Obviously I have gone live a little earlier than usual, because I don't have a lot of extra free time today. So I think what I'm gonna do here is today I'd really like to get past the monologue pages, but I was thinking about this a bit last night, and I think personally this page into this page does not serve very it doesn't flow very well. So I think what I'm going to do is this will actually be a good little trick to show people, but you can rearrange the order of your pages in Clip Studio. Okay, so we'll save that. Let's get some music going too. So today, okay, so I think the problem with what I had last night was, I think it was just too, I don't want to say it's too harsh because I want to keep that sort of edge, but it's kind of, it's kind of cold in a way. It's sort of like a detached sort of way. Like, this character should be a bit you know, obviously this is concerning to things he holds dear and loves. So I feel like maybe it should be a bit more active, more personal. So, I think what I'm gonna do, sorry, I'm a little sniffly, is gonna bring this guy in here. Oh, did I, is there something wrong with the title? Oh, no. You were just saying the timing and stuff. Yeah, only one stream today, sorry. I've got some work stuff I need to take care of. Because I work a remote job, so I kind of just do work when it comes. Which is why I'm also up all hours of the night like a psychopath. God, I know I'm playing the Running Shine soundtrack. But it really, I can't get fucking Mello's voice out of my head. His weird deep voice.
Fucking reality sense. Fucking bullshit.
When I'm reading these lines, back to myself to see how they sound. Okay, so that's a lot better than last night. I really got hung up on shit last night, I think. So from here, I'm wondering, do I want to go into the fact that this character chose art over Japanese language education first? Or... I'm not sure. See, the problem is this character kind of is just like being an avatar for like my own concerns. So that's why I'm kind of taking a lot of time with this. I think once we get this monologue part out of the way, the rest of the name will probably progress very smoothly, I think. I think I know what I want. The other thing I'm really trying to avoid too is sounding like a fucking yick character where I'm just reading off Wikipedia articles. Like, I'm trying to make this intentional. Yeah, you kind of do. I did. I probably have to again. This is kind of like again. This is gonna be the. I keep repeating myself, so I apologize on a lot of these things, but a lot of this is going to have to be informed with taking good reference, or using 3D models, to get it just right. And it's not like a cheating or anything. Like, people have used photographic reference since, like, cameras were a thing that exists. Like, they were using it in the fucking 1800s. Okay. Oops. I think that's a good metaphor, but I also don't want it to make it seem like I'm comparing an entire culture to like a circus like act, or like a exhibit, or like a carnival thing. No, I'm starting to lose it a bit here. I think that's a bit too much of a lead, I think. Personally. You know, I think it's a bit too nihilistic for the monologue, maybe. Just a bit too much like, oh, it'll never happen. Even though I am kind of like that as a person. The character's kind of like pouring his heart out here. So I don't want... I don't know, maybe it could be good to have that self-doubt there, but... That's a good question. It's definitely intended to be a first chapter, but it's see, I feel like a one-shot is probably a lot longer than what I'm doing here. Like, I'm trying to keep it under, like, 30 pages. Like, 20 to 30 pages. Typical one-shots could be anywhere from, like, I don't want to say 60 pages, but, like, they can be a little longer. And, you know, despite me being a huge... It's more framed to be like a doujin. Like, there's a setup of characters, somewhat, at least this character. You know, it introduces them and what they're about. It sets up a little bit of the world. And it kind of leads off on a note where there is obvious, it's the beginning of a story. Uh-oh. Oh. Sorry, I realize this is kind of dead radio, essentially, but I'm really trying to think. That's a good visual. That's something I've kind of had in my mind for a minute, is this idea of, like, a barrier between myself and the things that I enjoy and want to do or experience. Monster Musume was pretty... it's kind of pretty inspirational. There's another manga that I would say this might be a better model of, or rather, this is more modeled after. It's, J.K. and Adi Tamamo-chan, or it's, I think the English title is like something like, Tamamo-chan is a fox or something, I think, but this thing is kind of meant to be kind of like a weird... It's aimed at a Japanese speaking audience, even though it's in English right now. Eventually, I would like to figure that out, because it's meant to be a bilingual manga, but it's kind of framed for the perspective of this is kind of what it's like to be a fan of this stuff outside of Japan. It's okay. It's pretty alright. I haven't finished it. I know it's technically finished. That author has moved on to other series, but that manga is sort of, they kind of like handhold you through a bunch of folklore, fox related stuff, and then it's almost kind of weirdly aimed at foreigners in a way, even if I don't think it was 100% intentional, because you're supposed to kind of Tamamo-chan kind of is a good it's self-insert for the character, because you kind of get shown around Japan, and a lot of folklore is like kind of talked about and mentioned. It's kind of slightly informational, I guess, in the same way that like you could say the same thing about Monster Musume. It's meant to be a manga with the whole premise of the manga being cultural exchange. Now, obviously, Monster Musume has kind of insanely moved past that sort of cultural exchange plot, sort of. Maybe yes, maybe no, depending on how you frame it. Yeah, kinda. That's another aspect that I'm trying to balance. It's kind of sort of meant to be like, hey, this is a manga that has really natural sounding English for people to teach themselves English, and it has Japanese for people to learn Japanese from. Like, I kind of wanted to sort of work that angle in, but that's kind of an idea that's beyond the scope of my ability to make it happen currently. I used to know someone who was a lot more, who was a Japanese major, and could probably have informed that a lot better. But he and I don't really talk anymore. Okay. Now, I think this is a pretty solid, this is a pretty solid place to start drawing. See, the problem is now I have to think about, like, these are good lines, right? I have to think about visuals to accompany them now. I'm wondering if I should do, like, some fucking Irastoya shit in this. Like, what do the... Like, maybe that could be a fun thing to play around with. Because he lets you use shit as part of commercial, non-commercial stuff. We could always fake it, too. I think or live in Japan might be able to be deleted. Because... like, just because you live in Japan doesn't mean you speak Japanese. You hear about that sometimes. Like, the people who have lived there for years and, like, they just don't know the language. Let's see, can I write hiragana A from memory? Let's see. I think it's like that. Oh, not even close. Oh, fuck. I mean, I'm kind of close. It's, you do that, and then you gotta start here, and there you go. So maybe we could do some Irastoya. And that might be fun to call into the whole Japanese culture thing. Because, like, even though I was going to do a massive hit piece on the guy, so we'll go ahead and just do 2 people there. And it'll be interesting to translate that style to black and white, because it's not necessarily. Let's see. Fuck, I don't remember. That's ho, not hi. Or no, it is. It's 2 is ho. And then yo. What the fuck was yo again? I know katakana yo is a backwards E or whatever. I want to say oha. I can't even read that. I know ya. Fuck me. See, the problem is I could read it. Yo, fucking, that's right. It's that. It's that. Writing is a different story. It's very odd. I should say fully becoming a part of that culture, probably here. Because you can understand Japanese culture and stuff through media. Somewhat. I'll make this big too. The other thing that's really tough too is in manga, printed Japanese, their writing structure is a lot more condensed than ours. They can get a lot more information in a smaller space. Pensive zoom in face. Pensive zoom in face. Although we might even be able to split this. And then you know what? I might actually flip this. The whole fucking thing is Touch Kitty. Every page. Fucking YouTube. I think I'm running into an issue here where I have too many of the same ideas on how to represent certain ideas. Like for one of these pages, I want to do like I guess I could do a you know what, here we could do a like a UI, like a CSP UI. We could cheat a little bit and have a drawing program. Maybe. So we'll make a small note here. No, I don't want to do a crowd here because I really want to use that, I want to use that visual later on. Bookshelf. Bookshelf. Maybe we could find maybe it might be possible to do like a store shelf or something. So I'll write that, store shelf. That could be good. And now the question here for this middle one. For the middle panel, do I want the interior here to be black, or do I want the exterior to be black? And then do I also want to show examples of what's going on? Maybe I could compose this a little bit better. Actually, no. So there's a couple ways we could reapproach this. We could do like, I already have a close up here, so I don't want to just repeat that concept. But we could have him looking in, you know, like your typical fucking, if you're cold, they're cold, let him in, you know, fucking dead dog commercial. In the arms of the angels. I don't know. And I think making this black would sell. Actually, I think making the inside black would be better. It could sell this sort of idea that there's like maybe like an unknowing on his side of the barrier. But so far we are on page 3 of monologue. I think this is good. Compared to what we had before. I mean, it's incomparable to what we had before because there isn't anything really to compare it to, if I'm going to be honest. It's a lot more spread out with, like, different visuals I didn't even have anything for this. By page 4, he's resolved to learn. He's resolved to the reason he is here at the job is because he wants to learn Japanese and doesn't have a really great way to do that on his own. I might even just fucking omit this whole page of, like... I felt like the only reason I included this in the beginning is because we're in an era where, like, people just vaguely associate anime with things that look like anime. Like, it's to the point where people don't even really, like, understand how to properly discern it. With case in point, shit like Genshin and Blue Archive. Well, Blue Archive is more popular in Japan. I don't know how popular it is outside of Japan. In like the West, but Genshin is like a big one that a lot of people really seem to be into. Even though it's not anime, and the company that makes it literally has ties to the CCP. So I don't know. Do I just omit this whole thing? Do I just make it easier on myself to just get rid of it? We'll go ahead and close this guy out and pull this guy to the side. But also, too, you know, a lot of people would probably... It's easy to be combative about some of the assertions that I'm making in this. Because a lot of people have different opinions on it. So... do I just want to bail on that whole part? Because I know there's gonna... I feel like I shouldn't. I think it's important context. Because there's a lot of people who treat, like, the terms anime and manga kind of like a status symbol. Like, especially now that, like, brands are starting to just hire Japanese artists to, like, pretend that they have street clout. It's a very, very interesting time. I might change this line. It's, maybe I can keep this a little bit with some writing. Dissonance, that's a fucking... it's a word of the day word. A tension or clash resulting from the combination of unsuitable elements. People unironically think Marvel Rivals is anime. Are they out of their fucking gourd? Like, is there people who actually, like I remember Cliff Bleszinski, when fucking Overwatch was coming out, he tried to, like, say Overwatch was anime, and that couldn't be fucking farther from what it, like, was going for. Like, it looked like a fucking Pixar movie. Are there people that dumb in 2025? Okay, this is the gutter now. Yeah. Which is funny because it's cape shit. It's the most Western thing there is in, like, comics right now. Like, it's the only thing in comics. Like, no, indie comics are... I'm sorry to all my indie comics peeps out there, but most 90% of people don't give a shit about indie comics. What is it, like that like thick painted sort of like... I keep calling it thick painting because that's the... I'm not... I'm gonna be real. Mobage is a term I haven't really heard a ton. It's like mobile games. Well, I'm pretty sure Marvel Rivals is also made partially by Tencent. Molbage. Oh. Oh, it's Molbage. I thought it had something to do with fucking MOBAs. Like Dota and shit like that. Fuck you, God. YouTube. Yeah, this is like some fucking World of Warcraft, like, Photoshop blur brush bullshit. Yeah. Okay, thank you for... Yeah. God, they do look really shiny. I realize I'm probably not making myself sound very good by commenting on a lot of that stuff when I'm not. I'm clearly not super informed about a lot of it, but I can choose to not be interested in it, I guess. This seems like a double negative. Maybe I could get rid of one of these. Well, Overwatch wasn't even that fun to play. I had fun with it in the first week playing as, like, Reaper, because it was fun to do hit and run stuff. But, like, around the time I hopped off, like, I think people started to get really nasty about, like, team compositions and stuff. There's people that take competitive game shit way too fucking seriously. Like, too seriously. Yeah. You know, when I was looking up shit for RZ, people were saying that it's like a perfect recreation of the CDI games, and it's really not, if I'm going to be honest. So I think people kind of get hyped up on the ideas of things a little too much. And you know, you could even accuse me of that too with this whole like manga is like some sacred goal sort of thing. I just want to get closer to the thing that to something I'm really passionate about. Okay, I think we can keep this page. I'm gonna really quickly go take a leak, though. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I also forgot that I threw some laundry in. And took some time to take care of that as well. Alright, let's move over. This is going to be the hardest part for me, I think. Because I not only have to... I have to, like, not only, like, critique a lot of the things we've been talking about, I also have to display in artistic form my similar critiques and show that I have an understanding of why I don't think they work. But the thing is, shit like a lot of the stuff I've been complaining about, it does kind of look close. Like, it's not 100% people's fault for thinking something like Genshin is anime, because it's very intentionally trying to snipe that audience with maybe some insidious hidden reasons as to why, but this one I have a pretty good idea of what I want. I want, like, shitty businessman. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, everyone. I gotta step away for a second. I have to take this. I apologize. I'll leave the art up. Sorry about that, everyone. Fucking, we'll do this like fucking emaciated looking. Guy in a goddamn little. We'll give him the Osama Tezuka beanie. This like fucking skeleton man. And then we'll do this, like, fucking big-nosed billionaire guy. It's like, just like a faceless piece of shit. I don't know, maybe we could do, like, maybe we could do like this. Just kind of has like a comment on like how they're trying to like coax Japanese like animators and manga artists to make X version of a thing because they're so underpaid. Like I don't want it to make it seem like I'm like finding fault in people who take corporate jobs. I technically am a corporate I technically am a commercial artist myself. I wouldn't say I'm corporate. The company I work for is not that big of a company. I'm running into the issue where I don't want everything to just be the same 5 different types of shots, but I don't really know what to 100% do other than to just show examples of media. Hmm. I keep forgetting about this fucking song that he has on there. Do I want to make a comment? Like, I don't even know if they do this anymore, but like Archie Comics used to have like anime versions of shit. Like they did a manga, I remember very vividly. It was a Sabrina the Witch manga. Do I just fucking like fully like blast that, put that person on blast? Because to me, that's one of the big fakey fake. Oh, you know, no. Better. Mark Crilly video. I am going to get some flack for this. It specifically call it an anime girl. I think the Archie Sonic comics are just Ken Penders being fucking weird. This is some WEEABOO-FUNZONE hidden secret lore. But I used to really fucking be into Archie comics. Like Archie, Jughead, that was like a thing that got me into reading a lot more, even if it was something as shitty as comics. I used to fucking love that stuff. I don't know why. I just remember it was just like the same shit. It was like stories about like Archie is a goofy high schooler and Jughead eats a lot and he's just not really into like dating women. like the shtick, that's like 70% of all Archie comics. Like each character is kind of like a trope, and then occasionally they'd have stories where they'd like really take themselves seriously, and you could tell like those were the older ones. They would just reprint old shit all the time from like older artists. I'm gonna be real, I don't think I do either Betty or Veronica. If I was at gunpoint forced to pick between the two with like romantic implications and everything, I don't know, like I feel like Betty is the safe bet with that, but Veronica's got this fucking scratch. And you could steal half of the fucking lodge estate in the divorce. So I don't know. That might be better for my ultimate end goal. But I think that also might reflect poorly as a person. Betty's got that tomboy energy. That's a particular flavor. To be honest, I never thought of one as hotter than another. Because they're literally just the same fucking head and a face. With different hairstyles, with the way they draw them. I think I'm gonna do another montage thing of like things related to trying to imitate anime and manga. So like we gotta have like a bad how to draw manga book. Bad how to draw manga book. We'll have to get like fucking Chris Hart or like something like that in here. It's literally just the hair, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I would just pick Veronica, probably just because she'd be more in line with being able to achieve what I want to do in life. But I don't know, like, divorce courts are hard on men, and I feel like they'd be able to suss that out. That I'm not interested in the relationship either. Probably just as much as she wouldn't be, but yeah, I used to really like reading about that stuff, even though all of it was the fucking same. And then eventually I just donated them all to Goodwill and stuff. I had a bunch of them in storage for a minute, and I just got rid of all of them. But I used to drive, which sucks because I probably could have used that money to actually buy manga, things that I actually gave a shit about in the long run. But it definitely was a phase for me. Especially since I have a lot of nostalgia for, like, Nintendo used to do a lot of advertising with Archie comics and stuff, like print ads. So that's a big thing for me, is they do a lot of magazine ads within that stuff. But that was, yeah, they had like a Sabrina the Witch manga. And I bet you any money I could look it up, and it's probably some Canadian fucking artist. It's like some fucking Neo Tokyo looking bullshit. From what I remember in my brain. But we got a bad how to draw manga book. What the fuck else are some good... Like, I know a lot of modern ones, like GACHA games are a big one. Indie video games are another big one. But I don't want to just have a fucking another image of, like, a disc. I do want to have a smartphone. And then we'll do red archive. I'm mad. I'm mad about GACHA. Because, like... Do I take a fucking jab at... Do I take a jab at white manga? Do I take a jab at white manga with his fucking clock breakers thing or whatever? Or is that even him? Ooh. 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 I know I want to have, like, a Genshin thing and have it be, like, Chinese propaganda. I feel like that might be too on the nose. Though. Ooh, great. Actually, we can move this down here. Do I you know what? Here I might just fucking cave and do like typical like fucking Mass Effect ass logo looking globe just to show the world. And then maybe we can have Japan here. It could be from Japan. Then we can have the US here. And then China go here. And then Russia here. And then Korea here. And I think India goes there. More Japan here, because it's the Southern Islands. And then over here is Hokkaido. What even does the Genshin Impact logo look like? You know, I gotta say... I don't want to just do the fucking... I don't want to just do this Sega does what Nintendo and just call it Gen shit. Because I haven't really played it. So again, I don't want to be like an ass about it. Oh wow, the logo with kanji in it is way more interesting. I think this is where we take our shot on like Saturday AM. Maybe. Just puts me exactly where I was before. You ever read how to draw manga books? Like what kind? Are we talking like really bad Western ones? Or are we talking like Chris Hart and fucking Mark Crilly? Or are we talking about like Japanese ones? Because you know, obviously, I know the really terrible one, man, what the fuck? The one that looks like her face is melting, and it's pretty clear that the guy's like was looking at like Saber Marionette J, and just didn't know how to. Yeah, I've read both and seen both of them. I have a giant library full of Japanese ones. Most of the Western ones I had, I think even back then, I kind of just like not guilt bought them, but like a kind of like cope bought them, because their whole thing was, oh, that's terrible. I didn't know about that. But that's exactly it. That's exactly why those books are terrible, is because they're just random artists that they contract to do it, so they can slap a label on it, and that hasn't fucking changed, by the way. As much as I don't like Mark Crilly, I gotta give him some respect. He actually wrote his own damn book. But like Chris Hart is just a name that they put on shit. Like it's like a brand name for people. Yeah, no, publishing companies and even in the past I knew they were always off. Like there was this book that I discovered in the past, and it was a how to draw manga book from Japan. The big thing was that it was translated from English. It featured some bass fishing manga, and it had the guy who is the mangaka of Great Teacher Onizuka or GTO, that anime that seems to be getting more and more popular in recent years. Yeah, I mean, they are at fault for taking the job and putting the work out there. I don't think they should be harassed, like, personally for it. I do think the work deserves ridicule, though, but not, like, to the point where it's permanently damaging to the person's, like, other career aspects in life. Like, I would never want someone to be ruined because they made a mistake, but at the same time, that probably didn't happen, and, like, I'm sure the company that published that book is still out there publishing books, because that's what all companies do now, is they make everyone a contract freelancer, and then when they royally screw up, they can just shift the blame onto the contractor. You know. Alright, let's finish this up. It's been 2 hours. I really want to get past this monologue today. I don't want to say catch up. What do I want to say here? Do I want to... What do I want to do here? Do I want to... I don't want to say admit, but like... Okay, alright. I might change that globe thing later, but I think for now we've gotten enough to work with on this page. And I don't think it's too dismissive. Because this is going to sound really dumb, but there was someone in the comments of the Yagi video that, like, went out of their way to leave a comment about how they weren't happy that I shit-talked, like Hoyoverse stuff. I left a really mean... I could have just let it go, but I left a really mean comment. But I you know, at the end of the day, if that stuff makes you happy, that's fine. But I don't want to. I don't want to seem like a super snob about it. But I also just am not a fan of that stuff by design. We need more music. We need the more music. But yeah, I think we can get our we can get a couple quick jabs at some Hoyoverse isn't that bad. There are like way worse gacha companies. I mean, I'm just opposed to the idea of gacha in general. Like personally, like I won't even play like a lot of Japanese ones. And that sucks for me because, like, for the genres that I'm into, like Keimono, 90% of those characters are coming out of gacha games. So that's just my own... I don't know. I've tried them before. I used to play Arknights. Arknights is Yo-Star though. but like once the novelty of like the idea kind of wore off, I just wasn't really there for like the gameplay loop and the gambling. It just got old real fast. It didn't seem like something that was really it didn't have lasting interest, I should say. All right, so we got probably one or two more pages of monologue, I think. Where and we're gonna have to add more pages. Add page. Yeah, we're almost at a 50% ratio for the monologue and stuff. So we gotta think again about dialogue is tough. Probably should have wrote the script before I started doing this, if I'm gonna be honest. But I actually think it might have been beneficial because I'm able to think about it in the context of the medium. I've thought about it. It is kind of just a slice of life in my head right now. Because to be honest, it is kind of similar to my own personal life experience of just being stuck. But that's also kind of like the twist of the series, is that most slice of life stuff it's like wish fulfillment centered around like being happy and appreciating the small moments. You know, for me, someone who has like aspirations and feels like his life hasn't fully started yet, despite being I am technically middle-aged. Much like this character is a reflection of my own personal experience. I really don't like I don't want to compare him to a self-insert, but like this was at one point going to be an autobiographical manga. Right now it is just kind of slice of life. I have ideas for things that I want to happen. The end was kind of going to be the character, and you'll see this in this chapter, but like, just like myself, this character has a lot of apprehension about like dropping everything in his life to go to Japan for a variety of reasons, both from people in his life kind of dismissing his passions, but also just Japan as a culture is very, I don't want to say xenophobic, because I think people kind of hyperbolize that, but they're very kept to themselves, you know, for better or for worse, just like how in America, you know, America will just let a lot of people in for better or for worse, and both of those have their own sort of positives and negatives, but the end was going to be that this character kind of overcomes his fears a little bit and ends up in Japan in some capacity. But yeah, right now it's kind of just vague. I've kept it loose. And again, this used to be a much different story. Whether it would be more interesting or not is maybe something I don't know. The problem is it was initially, you know, I have a lot of ideas for stuff, but they're too big for my ability to make them. Like, straight up. Like, I just, the ideas scale past my ability to make them a reality. So I keep coming up with new stories that I keep coming up with new stories that are like meant to be smaller scope, and what happened to the initial idea for this manga, it was exactly that. It just got so out of control, and just combined with my inability to, my own personal inhibitions and stuff aside, about stuff, it was just bigger than what I could manage. It was gonna be like this big sweeping thing about like it was characters from this, and who also other characters who I kind of either got like put on hold, all go through this like weirdly like it was honestly kind of set up a lot like a visual novel. It was a bunch of loser characters stuck in situations where they want to improve their life, but for X, Y, or Z reason, that can't happen. And instead of them working towards that, the series eventually takes like a complete tone shift, and you find out that everything in the world is simulated to some degree. One of the characters is like an antagonist and the creator of the world. And then the three main characters kind of all deal with that in their own interesting way, culminating in a big fight scene. There was basically the best. It was all gonna come together. At this like, oh man, I'm gonna I could spend the whole stream talking about this, but basically all of them wanted to find success in some area. It takes place in a small Japanese suburban town outside of this massive Hollywood-style tourist destination. Oh no, yeah, the lore goes fucking deep on this. This is something I've been working on thinking about like constantly for like well over 6 years at this point. But yeah, it was a lot. It was going to be a lot, but I had a lot of problems writing it. I did not have a bunch of people to bounce writing ideas and stuff off of. So eventually the idea just got so insanely like big in scope that I just kind of decided we need to redo this and kind of have it from a more not realistic, but like reasonable to approach grounded place. Fuck my ass. Maybe I will, like, write out the whole original story one day. At some point. I even thought about ways to kind of tie the sort of atmosphere of that story into this one. Like, characters falling into limbo. Yes, I've done master copies plenty of times, Calicoes. That's all I used to do. 100%. I don't 100% agree with that. because repetition just means that you also... Repetition as practice is... It can help, and it can lead to growth in some cases. And that's why I have a ton of manga that I reference, that I'm looking at right now. Like, visually and such. Like, I do reference a lot. But there's a saying that when I used to work with a trainer, a personal trainer for fitness, he used to have this saying that practice makes permanent, not perfect. Which essentially what that boils down to is, at a certain point, only self-practice leads to the learning of bad habits. It reinforces issues and stuff like that. And yeah, for like years and years and years, I used to just carry around printouts of art that I liked, and then when I had some time, I would just to get brush mileage in, I would sketch. I would just, in a sketchbook, just like start drawing that art, but that didn't help 100%, because at the beginning I was actually pretty decently good at it. But there were foundational things that doing that can't teach you. And there's technical things that can't teach you. So while I don't doubt that a lot of manga artists kind of say that, those people also have access to, like, others that they can ask questions about. They'll have editors that they can talk to about stuff. And they have things like you know, they can look up things on the internet in Japanese. I don't mean to sound like hand wavy about it. If that worked for them, that's great. But I'm at the level where that, unfortunately, isn't going to be as helpful. And it's going to... I don't know. It just kind of isn't going to lead me to where I want to go. Like, I have specific goals and stuff in mind. Alright, let's see. But I can understand why a lot of them would say that, because honestly, art education is very difficult as a subject to articulate to people. Like, the development of... A lot of people want to develop skills in art, not just manga and anime art. But it can be very hard to develop those skills, even with people teaching you. Because a decent amount of it is just brush mileage in the way that you're describing. Because even if you learn something, it can take a while for concepts to stick. your brain can't post, your brain can't process I think I'm of a different mind about that. Fundamentals make up 10% of an artist's skill, and 90% is all the micro adjustments, ideas you can't learn from artists. I don't know. Personally, I've always had pretty specific goals for what I was looking for. So I mean, as much as people like kind of and this was a thing I dealt with a lot in art school, is there's a lot of people that kind of do I want to say fetishize, but like there's a lot of people that kind of place great emphasis on like having an original voice, but I've always wanted to learn the types of art that just kind of made me happy. Like, I've wanted to make myself happy with art. And I personally just don't feel happy just making something to make something and then having people go, oh, this is you, this is your voice. And no, it's, I don't know, like, I don't know. Maybe that's a bit restrictive on myself too, but... And then also too, you know, as you can see in this, I struggle to articulate the things I like about the media and, you know, like manga, anime, like even within those, like worlds, there's lots of different kinds of artists. I've really struggled with trying to articulate that I just want to get closer to this stuff and find out more about it to people. I don't know. See, right now, I'm just kind of rambling. Sorry, I'm going to try to lock back into getting this done. But it's kind of relevant to what we're talking about, too, so I guess I appreciate the conversation. Maybe we could get rid of that ever real at all line, because there's, I mean, that would imply that like it was like a dream or something. It's not. Like, you know, I can point to examples of things like, hey, I really like the way this is drawn. I like this type of art. I'm interested in learning more about this. Okay. Alright, let's switch to drawing position. Switching to drawing position, beep boop borg. Yes, talking about art is very hard. That I think we can both agree on. Okay. So I think for this top one, I'm going to keep it a whole. Or you know what? This is our gutter. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's do... We'll do... We'll do like a little... Just kind of like a little expression here. can I ask who you're talking about? If I had to take a guess, that sounds like Draw Like a Sir to me. Although I haven't seen a ton of his stuff. XCal's art tips. Yeah. I can see. I can see it. He's, you know what he's doing? I think, okay, here's what happened to this guy. This guy wanted to draw anime and manga, but he fell into the same trap that I think a lot of people who go to academic art circles fall into, where they'll try to convince you that what you want to do isn't worthwhile, so learn how to draw like us because we're actually doing it right, and we're actually... But he didn't give up on his anime stuff. So what's happening is he fell into this trap of like his entire drawing foundation is like super academic except for his anime stuff. That's what you're referring to. Okay, like, see, when I say I want to learn from manga and anime artists, I am past intermediate. I'm like stuck in like slightly intermediate. I would say I'm an intermediate level artist, despite all my experience and training, to the point where I can competently sort of draw usually. Granted, there's certain things I'm not very good at. And I haven't studied a lot, but that's exactly the problem this guy has, is it's like his whole thing is all he does is studies. Like, he fell into the fucking Michael Hampton hell, is what he did, it looks like. But I don't know, some of these Google images could not be from him. But yeah, getting trapped in academia, is a very, very real thing. And, like, because he's a competent draftsman, Proco Kangaroo video. I have not seen a lot of Proco. That is definitely a blind spot of mine, is because I'm very... I guess, to be reductive at my expense, we could call it autism, even though I'm not a diagnosed autistic person. I'm very upfront about what I want. I kind of do shy away a bit from, like... Western art academia stuff, even though I went to school for 4 years. I will check it out. I did buy that book that you recommended. I was looking at that the other day. That the book by the Chinese guy. That did eventually arrive at my door. So I'm not opposed to advice. No, I bought a copy. It's in Japanese, dude. I got it from Surugaya. Surugaya. Yeah, no. There isn't an English version of the book. In fact, I actually someone I assisted with some art stuff in the past, who's attending a atelier out west, told me that they brought that book in. But I was looking at it, man, a little bit. Okay. Oh, whoops. I will really have to find some, okay, so from the original, yeah, it seems kind of interesting. Do I still have it on the floor, or maybe I put it on the, no, here it is. It's on the shelf. Yeah, I definitely do want to have a couple study streams. Just like, just like raw art study. I haven't really done that in a minute, so I feel like maybe I need to kind of do some stuff about that. So I think for this bottom one, I'm gonna do the thing of that I in the original draft. I had a very stereotypical image of like drawing on a piece of paper. Because like the twist of the thing is like you don't understand what he's noodling at, and we'll see in a bit, but. but it's like he's drawing stuff. Doesn't have to match right now. Because the good news is we can do the final drawing and then digitally composite it into this thing somehow. Okay. So, for what do you looking to practice on the streams anyways? A couple things. I'd have to make a list, but there's definitely things where I know I'm deficient. No worries, dude. I'm assuming you're on mobile or something. But I know clothing folds is one of them, for sure. But my problem with clothing folds is that there's a very specific way they handle them in a lot of manga illustration that I don't understand, and that's kind of the stuff I'm talking about. Is the hidden process of how something is handled within the framework of, like, say something like anime or manga. You know, the technique. But obviously, you know, I could use some general study practice. I do have the Morpho book about clothes. The Morpho book about clothes is very gestural. I think, and I've, this could just be me being dumb. I have really tried. I have so many books on clothing, but it eludes me. Just like these panels right now are eluding me. And I have to pee really badly. And I was going to try to finish the page. See, the problem is I want to have this, like, I might call an audible here and just move on because I don't want to bang my head against the wall. I think I have a good idea of the flow of the scenes. I know for this one right here, I want to have another cascading shot of, like, 90s, 2000s. And then like maybe like 2020s sort of. This I might have to play around with like models and stuff. This is a complicated scene. I'm starting to realize more and more that we're gonna need to do a second pass on some of these. But that's probably what the actual like drawing of it is gonna be for. But that's not how I wanted to handle this. Yeah, I know about the shape patterns, like zigzag, pinch folds, compression folds. Like I'm aware of those terms. I haven't been able to get it, and then also get it in the sense of the techniques and style of the media that I'm trying to learn. I'm gonna pee myself. I'm sorry. I gotta step away for a hot second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so I think, unfortunately, I'm going to call an audible on this part right here. Is it not showing up on the... My mouse doesn't show up on the window, huh? Interesting. On the side... oh, yeah, there we go. Now that the cursor... yeah, I think I'm going to call an audible on this one. And then I think right here, I'm going to do only if slightly. Okay, drag this one to the side, hit File, Save. So we're almost out of the woods, baby. So So that was really deep. I think I want to have like a breath of air kind of like reality sort of return to real, you know, look up instead of down at your own dick moment. Okay, pensiveness is a word. Got it. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Big stretch. Big stretchy. Okay. Let's look at some manga here. Sorry if these streams aren't much like action. This is kind of the theory crafting sort of part of this video. There we go. We'll bring a little bit of that lighthearted energy back into the room. Fucking other computer, shut up. God, that drives me crazy. I don't know if I want to tease the owner of the Konkombini at this point. Not like it's a big secret, but this is going to be that, like, exaggerated, like, button-up shirt. Maybe we'll tease her hand. That's a good shot. See, when it's not supposed to be this fucking symbology laden, like super dense, imagery, I feel like I'm able to at least ideate a little bit better. Yeah. Sorry, I moved the stream deck out of the way, otherwise I'd do this. But here, now we can have some fun. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I guess it would be fun to, going back to the topic of study streams, it could also be fun to kind of, I mean, that's what Artlab is kind of supposed to be, is a study series, but it's kind of hard to make a video series about documenting art study when you just kind of constantly fuck it up. Fucking god damn it, YouTube. I need to get the plugin that gets rid of that. That might not work. It's too... too small. Making comics can't improve your... I can see why they would say that. Like, because, you know, it's just a matter of exercising different skills. You know, comics is a lot more composition and, layout sort of practice. It doesn't always stretch your ability to draw unless you're drawing really intensive stuff. And there's also a lot of ways to really cheat drawing comics as well. I think that I think that sells the idea of the fucking Zoom class. Because I was in a Japanese intensive for like 70% of last year. A lot of it didn't stick, unfortunately, because it was so fucking fast. And we didn't really practice a lot of the stuff that we did each day. And it seemed like every day new things would come up and old stuff kind of wouldn't really always come up. I don't know, it was a whole thing. I did learn a lot, though, and I did make it farther than any other time I've tried. But I definitely got stuck on shit like verb conjugation. Like, conjugation in general, like, fucking... like, adjectives, like, adjective forms and then verb forms, and that really kind of fucked with me. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it's... Honestly, that's kind of how it is for me with art. Is it's just brute forcing it over and over again. And I know that's not a great way to learn that. Especially for something like language, which has a hard barrier to, you are doing this wrong. Like, art, you can... A lot of art, and this is the big problem with wanting to study... specifically Japanese art for me, is there, even within that field, there's a ton of variance. So it's just, it's yeah, it's just not a good way to learn. All right, we got 2 more, but we're doing it. We're almost out of the fucking monologue thing. Hmm. Maybe I should just have like a blank panel. Like maybe I could just have like a panel of like just kind of like relaxing. Like a visual break. I'm trying to see. I don't know if there's any of that in I don't really think there's a ton of that in Monster Musume. Maybe for this panel we could have like a maybe there's like a famous like passage of like maybe some poetry or something that we could do. Like what's a good visual metaphor for perspective skills in what? Drawing or Japanese? Or you mean perspective? Like as in like drawing perspective. Oh, Duolingo? I've never used Duolingo. If I had to put it in drawing perspective. Okay. I got it. That's tough because I did take perspective classes in art school. But there was the problem with the classes that I took. Duolingo as a metaphor for your manga. You kind of lost me there, but drawing perspective wise, I feel like my big weakness with that is applying it to like an actual workflow. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. You know, that could be a good idea, but I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's super safe to like just kind of straight up use Duolingo as like a thing, because Duolingo is pretty bad for learning Japanese. So like I don't know if I want people getting the idea that like that's the only way you can learn a language is through Duolingo. I don't know. I think what I can do instead is maybe I can have the main character just straight up speaking Japanese. I think that could be good. Yeah. That or Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone. Maybe we'll do like this, No, because a lot of Japanese people don't handshake. I don't know if we do that chibi or we do it, I think that could be work. That could be work, but it could also not be work. And then maybe for this instead we'll do a we'll do like a gradient like screen tone thing. Okay, all right. We're getting there. Hit that save button, fucking go pee again cuz I had way too many liquids today. Be right back. It's 12 o'clock. Maybe I'll go to like 1:30. Going for about 3.5 hours. All right. Let's see, page 14. Let's do it. Hmm. Come on, you fucker. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. Again, Clip Studio's text editor is a fucking whore. I'm trying to pivot this into the thing that I had in my brain about moving to Japan. Because it's something that people have always told me, oh, you gotta do immersion. You gotta move to Japan. You gotta... But, like, for a lot of reasons, I mean, excusing some of the modern ones, like, hey, we've had 2 giant air traffic control accidents in, like, within a couple weeks of each other. Maybe now is not the best time to get on a plane. But, you know, also, I have a lot of apprehension about just dropping everything in my life and just throwing myself into Japan without some kind of plan or path or, like, method to success. Like, I don't want to... People have told me to try Jet. But Jet... That's a big misnomer that a lot of people... I've looked into Jet extensively. I've talked to Jets. People who have done it and then come back. Because it didn't work out for them. Which maybe it's a little bit of bias there. But Jet famously does not teach you Japanese. You do not have to interact with learning... you do not have to interact with the Japanese language in a Jet program if you do not want to. Just, like, straight up. So I've always viewed that option with... and then when you see an expat YouTuber, 9 out of 10 times, that's what they did. They went to Japan on, like, Jet or, like, a similar program, and then they couldn't make anything else happen because they went to fucking Jet. Now it's a little bit different. Now you need a college degree, but I think back then you did not need one. When a lot of these people were doing it. So they didn't want to just, like, turn people loose in Japan who weren't going to continue to be a part of society. So... So I'm trying to work in, like, a big panel, like, in the bottom about, like, that anxiety. And then also that's kind of like a point of tension between the two characters in this, is that the male character, my self-insert, not self-insert character, is kind of jealous of this other character who just basically got to come to America to work through a family friend for no real trouble at all. But for the main character to even try to get close to what he's trying to achieve, it's like pulling fucking hair out. And that was the thing that really bugged me at art school. Like, I have some very personal feelings about this, because my art school used to do a lot of overseas recruiting. They would bring in these kids from certain nations that clearly were just there to take the free ride for school and didn't care about what they were actually learning. And I would talk to some of the teachers, and they would be very blunt about how, like, a lot of these kids just didn't give a shit about what they were doing because they're not paying for the school and they don't care. When, you know, people here in America have to take on huge fucking debt. I took on huge debt, and I even had help from family and stuff to go to school. I was incredibly blessed. Like, for a lot of people, this was a dream destination. I always kind of viewed it as like a step on the. I knew I was never gonna get what I wanted out of school, but like the reality of that kind of eventually beat me down more and more. I don't know. I said I was done complaining about art school in the fucking blast video, and here I am complaining about art school. But yeah, I always really kind of was jealous of a lot of those kids who just got a free pass to come, you know, do something really amazing. And yet when I looked in to go, that was one of the first things I did the first year. I went to the foreign student office. I was like, hey, have you heard of this thing called hentai? No, but I went there to try and see, and there was just nothing. There's nothing. Straight up. What wasn't happening. So but this is it. This is like one of the last pages I'm really thinking. Nope. It was basically you had to know the language to do anything. Which was funny because we had several kids and specifically even in my program who were Japanese studying Western art, which is another reason why I feel very strongly about this stuff, is because for as many people who want to study like manga, you know, anime, animation, just Japanese art forms, I know for a fact there are Japanese people who are the opposite, where they want to study Western art, and they have infinitely more avenues to do so, in my opinion. But that's just me. I remember there's a very famous artist that came to our school, Yoko Shimizu, I believe was her name. They were very proud to bring her to the school. I went, you know, I usually didn't go to a lot of the visiting artists. WEEABOO-FUNZONE, yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it probably is Japan. You know what? I even did years later. Yokohama Design College does bring people in to do Japanese language stuff, and they quoted about 1.5 to 2 years to get like proficient. I spoke a lot about. And it's a design college too. So I was a little upset that didn't pop up on the radar, for this, cause I would have fucking loved to spend a year in Japan. That would have been fucking amazing. But unfortunately I missed my window. Here we go. Okay, so this will be... So what I'm going to do here is... I have to look up this stuff. Alright. No, Calico, I've spent an ungodly amount of time looking into these, looking into my options for this. To the point where now I've kind of missed my window, to do anything about it. So I'm going to do this in the Friends font for now. I don't know why I have this, but I have a very visceral idea for this. No, yeah, I've tried to visit. I just haven't been able to plan it. I wasn't able to go last year, because of I needed the vacation for my surgery. I would, you know, there was someone that I wanted to visit and hang out with in Japan, but we don't really speak to each other anymore, and I don't know if they're interested in still being friends. So I would just be going on my own. And then plus two, right now it's like, it's not a very good time. It's a good time to be a tourist financially, but, I don't know. I have a lot of hang-ups about how Japan is very, very popular right now, and it's attracting, some very bad people to it. But right now, I'm just trying to kind of write down some voices of self-doubt. I think I'm looking at this one video that I came across today that kind of put me in a mood. But ooh, here's a good one. Oh, fuck. I like that, but I almost kind of want to frame it as like they won't accept you. I apologize. This is probably as navel-gazy as this is gonna get. I think. Oops, I spelled accept wrong because it's 1:30 in the morning. It's not 1 o'clock yet. Yeah, sorry, there really isn't much drawing. In my effort to document this process, it's definitely... Right now, it's definitely more about, conceptualizing and, getting the storyboard of the story, out. I may have to write more of these later, as I think of them too. But I think that's a good... And that might actually be the last page we can leave off on for the monologue. And I think from there we'll be able to move back into the rest of the thing. Ooh, I got another. I just thought of another good one. Uh-oh, what happened? What happened? Where is it? Oh. Whoops. Okay. I need to find a specific image. Yes. Because this is going to be a reference to Detective Conan. I think. I'm even gonna make it look like the dude's art. I mean, I don't know if you can tell. Oh, whoops. Do I even have that image? No, I don't. I think something broke with my OBS doesn't have a library. But copy. Paste duplicate. Yeah. Okay, so there it does. Actually, this is very good. This is very on brand for the thinking stream. Have to make that smaller anyway. And that drawing might change in scale and size. I know I keep at the risk of repeating myself. A lot of this is really just kind of meant to get the composition and such down. don't know, maybe less, there we go. Come on, fucker. Uh-oh. See, the problem is I think I used my idea for this in an earlier frame. Specifically this frame right here, the being surrounded by people. Although, wait, I think I have a better way to make it perhaps a bit more threatening looking. Maybe we'll have to pull out the register and stuff. We don't even need the fucking register. Fuck that register. That register can go fuck itself. Nice. Get a little bit of the... Get a little bit of the skewed angle going here. Maybe we could even skew it even more. I don't want to just do that Evangelion, like, face zoom in thing. But one thing I will do is... And then maybe we can think of creative ways to make that wrap around him, like in like a cyclone. That could be cool. We'll have to really push Clip Studio. Oh, don't tell me the music's out already. Fuck's sake, man. The music goes so fast. I'll probably edit those more and more. As stuff goes on. Alright, one more panel, and then I think I'm going to call it for the night, because I got some shit to do. We've been going for 4 hours, and we're out of the woods, I think, on the hardest part. And I only had to fuck one, like, ignore one panel. God damn, I cannot speak as per usual on this stream.
But he's gay. I mean, he's gay, excuse me, he's blind.
Okay. So I think we're gonna see her build her her wibble wobble display here. Like she's very impressed with herself. All right, that's pretty good. I think that'll work. All right, let's look at what we all accomplished tonight. So, I believe we did page 9 yesterday. So page 10, we've got some Irastoya stuff. And then we've got a CSP UI with like a speed paint or whatever. Trapped in a window. Help, I'm trapped in a prism. Oh my god. Oh man, how the fuck does my instance not have trapped in a prism? We need to play this fucking classic.
Oh my goodness! I'm trapped in a prism! Yeah, yeah, yeah! I'm in 7 colors. I'm doing 7 things.
Hell yeah. Fucking jerking off 7 times. Let's go. But we got a store shelf full of anime manga goods, a pensive close-up, page 11. We've got a globe thing. We've got a shitty Wall Street investor buying a bag of rice for an impoverished manga artist. And then a menagerie of anime adjacent products from other countries. We have one blank page that I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, some more pensivity. A little bit of a snapback to, you know, just kind of like being a bit self-aware. You know, some Jiko Sokai o Shimashou. That was terrible Hatsuon. Zoom, anime Zoom call, face in book. And then we have a teaser of the owner of the Konkonbini, along with a me without the hat and visor, which always just kind of looks goofy. Same thing with Reiko. Like, her whole thing is like, I feel like it's weird without having the outfit on both of them. And then finally, page 14 is... We're kind of back to reality, less metaphor, and then just like a bit of a fucking Undertale ass looking character moment, like you're gonna have a bad time, and then eventually, what I'm going to do is we are gonna snap back. This kind of mirrors a little bit of what I had in the original, where I had that same kind of moment. I mean, it's literally almost even the same. And then it kind of has a moment of like, this is a bit of a spoiler for what we're gonna draw, and you can see I kind of did this one already a little bit. But the joke is that while he was having that entire conversation, he was just drawing the other character's ass without even really paying attention. Just kind of mindlessly, like, doing some fucking heinous shit. But that's also kind of a comment on, when you learn art, this is a thing that I've kind of noticed as I have, because a lot of the art I want to do is kind of rooted in sexual expression. That being said, when you learn art, especially when you study figure, like when you study live figure, it kind of breaks the link in your mind between like the human body and sexuality, or like nudity and sexuality. Like, drawings can be evocative, yes, and like it's not like you won't pick up on that anymore at all, but just the idea of nudity, the only thing it is known for is sex, is something that kind of evaporates a little bit. But I mean, this is already pretty good to begin with anyways. Like, I don't think this is bad. That being said, this face needs work. I could never get, like, a good, stupid face. I had a real hard time trying to study. Konosuba is, like, my favorite modern, in about a million air quotes, anime. And, I have struggled with studying what makes a lot of the drawings in that funny. But anyway, yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Nice 4.5 hour stream. It doesn't look like we did 4.5 hours of work, and to be honest, it doesn't feel like we did 4.5 hours of work. But these are all important things that are going to help us not struggle at the actual hard part, which is the drawing. You know, this is part of the plan. It's part of the process. So, I hope, on that note, I hope that you'll join me next time. But I gotta go. I actually have to do some work stuff. So I will take it easy. I will take it easy for the rest of the night, and I hope you do the same. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for chatting, Calico. And Rad, if you're still here. Always good to chat with the bros, with the boys, with the lads about stuff. Sometimes I'm kind of not prepared for some of the questions I get. So I apologize if some of my answers are a bit not super satisfactory. But I don't know. Some of these things are hard to explain. They're hard to articulate. It kind of makes sense in your brain, but then when you have to tell other people, sometimes it can be hard. But anyway, that is going to do it for me. I'm going to get out of here, and then hopefully we will be able to not zoom past the final part, because I already have a pretty clear idea of what I'm looking for out of it. But hopefully we'll be able to wrap that up in a much more timely manner, because this middle part, this monologue, was the difficult part for me, and I'm already kind of feeling like there might be things I want to change about it. It's not so simple, because I have to not only communicate a lot of information, I have to do it effectively. But anyways, I'm out of here. Take it easy, guys. I'll be back later with more drawing, more game, and more funny.